Good morning. Hi, Crime Junkie Jurors. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Good morning. Today is a half day, and it is Friday. And we have our only fan. Good morning. Good morning. Happy half day. Does anybody else picture David Hasselhoff when you say that? Or is that just me? It could be just me. Hello, hello. Today is Debbie says, I listened to the text messages on 1.3 speed so that this morning so that I could live follow today. I'm so glad you did. And also, how did those sound when they were sped up? Because they were kind of awkward in real time. So it's like listening in on somebody's weird, back and forth conversations all day. Hello, hello. Absolutely Hasselhoff. Absolutely Hasselhoff. Right? Happy half day. It is April 25th, 2025. Today is day 4 of the second trial of Karen Reed. And I don't know what we have in store for today. I do know that we have, I think one of the doctors is testifying today. And the jury is going on the jury view today. So they will be going to look at 34 Fairview Road. They did this last year. Now they had Karen's SUV out there so that they could also take a look at that while they were out there. But this time they are also going to have Karen Reed there with them, which is different. That part's different. So, hi, Steve. Hello, Steve. Good to see you. I feel like this trial feels like a TV series. It's so crazy. True that, Mike McKay. I agree. It feels too strange to be true most days. So, too strange to be true. Good morning. Good morning. I read them on mute while watching here live. I prefer to read them on mute rather than listening to Garino read them out, which is super awkward. Today, the Supreme Court reviews her case, right? Yes, that is absolutely correct, Jordan. You are right. So today, they have a conference for her case. So basically what that means is that the 9 Supreme Court justices are going to look at it, talk about it, decide if they're going to take it or not, to review it or not. I think it takes 4 out of the 9 to agree, and it's a long shot. It very rarely happens, but the fact that it even got to conference is something that doesn't happen for a lot of them. So there's at least that. But that is happening today. It is a closed door conference. Like there's not going to be any kind of media or like.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
We are attendees.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning.
Good
For the record,
morning.
before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So good morning. I heard the council wanted to see me about something.
Yes, please.
All right, why don't you come on over to sidebar?
Sidebar. Unmute us. We will not be muted. This is kind of how it feels like every day has been going, where we finally get there and then they're like, hey everybody, we're here now, everybody come over here, and you can't hear anything we're saying. Why? What's happening? What's happening? There we go. Oh, what's happening? Why are we spinning? Why are we spinning? Some more shady stuff from it could be. It could be. It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know why are we spinning? It's like the little stream that could. It's like, I'm so tired. It's Friday. I don't know if I can make it. Too much lawyers to the bench time. They're always at the bench. I just don't like it when they're up there because it's my own personal issue with it because I'm just nosy. And I don't like it when they go up there because then I can't hear. So it's my own personal issues. I'm working through it. But why are we spinning? Not sure. What's the schedule today? So they are having the jury view today. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this feed situated. So they're having a jury. Oh, you want to see Lucy? Lucy got her little hair done. Okay, now let's see if this is, oh, still spinning. Work didn't accept Brandi's jury duty summons. Worth a shot, right? Let's see. I'm still spinning. Well, let me see if I can. Talk amongst yourselves. Let me see if I can get this working. The end of the day yesterday, they said that they're having Dr. Fowler, I think is who they said was going to be coming in. So he's not really an expert, but he's one of the doctors. And then they're doing the jury view. And it's a half day. So those are the only ones that I know of. The only still spinning. Let's see. Not missing much. Apparently, they're already at morning recess. Hello, we're on the record for 12 seconds, and now we're at recess. Makes sense. Have y'all heard that song? Like Pink Pony something or other, where somebody's dancing at that. My sister-in-law was singing it the other day, and now that is stuck in my head. But just that's the only part I can remember is the one little line from the chorus. That's the only part that I know. And that one line is stuck in my head over and over and over. What's that song? Pink, yes, that's it. Miranda, Pink Pony Club. That's the only part. It keeps going around and around circles in my head. Because that's the only line I know. Catchy little tune. All right, let's see if we can get this. Lucy is wandering around. I'll put her on Lucy Cam when she comes back. She came back from the doggy spa looking super cute. And she got her hair did. She's got like this little feather thing in her hair. Super cute. She looks super cute. She already pulled it out, but I had to put it back in. I was like, you got to get ready for your friends. Your friends are coming. No pink mohawk and no mullet. She came this close. Last time I sent Chat Daddy and his brother. All right, let's see. Okay, I think now we are back to OnlyFans. Let me. There we go. And there we go. Oh, there's Lucy. She's over there eating. You can see her. Hi, Luce. Your friends are coming. Can't wait. Can you see? Can you see her over here? I'll put on Lucy Cam in a minute. She's eating her breakfast. She's eating her breakfast. Brandi, are you already married? I would have loved to have watched your ceremony. We are. It was a surprise. We told our friends we were doing a rehearsal dinner, and then we actually were like, surprise, we're actually getting married right now. But it was just a very, very small thing on the there we go, share. It was just a very small thing on the beach, but we're actually going to do a real wedding ceremony next year. Hank asked to address court, and Bev called sidebar. Want to bet the doctor can't make it today, and he doesn't have witness. Wouldn't that be? That would make her mad. That would make me mad. Because then it's going to be like one of those things like this is going to take 11 years because we are 84 years. It's been 84 years because we are only on day. That's what, like the end of yesterday and by the end of yesterday, I mean yesterday morning when they look, I ain't mad about it. I needed some time. So I got a lot of podcast stuff done yesterday. And then I actually got to go bowling last night with the family. So I ain't mad about them ending court early, but I was like, we are only on day 3, sir, and you are already having scheduling issues. How is that a thing? But apparently it is. So that's what we did. If they don't have witnesses today, I love bowling. I do too. It's fun. We had fun. The Dr. Fowler, I think is the one. Was it Fowler? Did I make that up? Is that what they said? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. Dr. Fowler. He said whichever doctor it was. He says not an expert. I think that's the name he said. Will Lally be doing any questioning this trial? It doesn't look like it. And honestly, we talked about it last year too, during that trial where Lally did all of the questioning and Miss McLaughlin did 0 questioning. I think there was maybe a sidebar, or not a sidebar, but like a couple times when the attorneys needed to make arguments about things. But so we heard her then, but other than that, we didn't hear from her at all. She never did any kind of questioning, no cross-examinations, nothing. It was all Lally all the time. All Lally all the time. And so this time it looks like it's going to be all Hank all the time. So we'll see. Yeah, the song's stuck in my head. It happens. I know it's been stuck in my head since like Monday. I wonder if Hank had scheduled Jen yesterday, but decided that it wouldn't be a good idea. Maybe. It's already a half day, so they better get it together. I thought this prosecution team was supposed to be better. Well, Hank has more experience with high profile stuff, so I guess. Did y'all hear that? Probably not. I have my blockers on. They like slid furniture upstairs or something. It was like crazy. Lally looks like he is barely breathing. He has not been super active or involved, so we'll see. Makes the videos not sting as bad when he doesn't have the witness with the videos. Like the alcohol ones would have stung if he had the matching testimony for it, but he keeps playing them a day off. Yeah, well, and I think that's one of the things about the defense stipulated to the videos coming in, like the authenticity. So if they're playing these clips, okay, so let's say that they had to have each of the people from those interviews come in for those. Like if they had to call Gretchen Voss as a witness and like, yes, I interviewed her. This is where we were. This was the context of this, whatever. It would make the whole process a lot longer. So, the defense saying like, yes, we stipulate to these coming in, and, authenticity of them, they're, whatever, all of the things that the witness would normally testify about, it makes it go by quicker.
You are unmuted.
So that part's good.
All right, why don't counsel come down?
Are they doing the visit to 34? Yes, they are doing the visit to 34 Fairview today. And we're having another sidebar. Side-eyeing Auntie Bev for being late on a half day. Good morning. Good morning. Will we get to see them go to 34 Fairview? We will not, because they have, the jurors are kind of all walking around doing their thing. So they can't do video, like they can't record it because the jurors, of course, have to be kept off camera. There will be media there. I think there was a media release that came out yesterday. There will be media there, but they have some regulations for them. Wish we could join on the visit. Me too. If they could just like put like a GoPro on some of them and let us walk around with them. Yeah, they blocked off the whole street last time. It kind of makes it to where it doesn't become a big spectacle and there's not just people, going over there. It is cold in here. Hold on, BRB. Let me get my air. There we go. I'm sitting right by the air conditioner, so it gets chilly. Good morning. Good morning. Maybe they will record bits and pieces. So what they did last year is they had the media that, were able to take pictures. They took pictures and videos of the car parked out there and stuff like that. And then they just, of course, didn't have any of the jurors on any of the videos or in any of the pictures. So do people that live in that house now have to deal with all that? Yeah. Yeah. And people are constantly, driving by and stuff because people want to see that area, because the pictures, that you see online, that like wide angle picture makes that yard look really big. But then if you ever see videos of people that are like that record it as they're driving by and stuff like that, you can see that that yard is actually a lot smaller than it looks in those pictures. So, which is part of the reason that they want the jury to go see it, because it's those pictures are kind of deceiving. Francesca says, "Dang, I already had my lunch packed for the field trip." Yes, the Alberts sold that house. That house had been in their family for a while. The Supreme Court is so today they are deciding if they are going to hear the case or not, if they're going to accept the case or not. So we should hear about that at some point. The jury does not go inside. It's all a view from outside. They just walk around outside and the car is parked out there. Laura says, I drove by and it's way smaller than pics. Yeah, like the pictures and stuff that it looks like a wide angle. Is that what they call it? Like the wide angle lens, like the ones they take for real estate pictures and stuff where it makes everything look a lot bigger. But the videos and stuff that you see when you're actually driving by are very, very different. Like it's very different. And I think the reason they want to make sure that they see that is because it's like, hey, this is not as big as it looks. And all of these people left the house and nobody saw him. So.
Yes, please.
It should be 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
What? You absolutely did not. Come on.
I feel like we just keep waiting for it to start and it just is not starting. 22 minutes we've been here now and still nothing has happened. True Crime Fangirl says, I think it would be better for the jury to do the view after more testimony so they would know better what they are looking for. Last year, they did it on day 4 as well. Kind of in the middle of, not in the middle of the day, I mean, it was in the morning, but they had, they were wrapping up testimony from Miss McLaughlin, and then they had the jury view, and then when they came back, they had more of the
All right, jurors, thank you.
first responders. Why they need to sidebar if jury isn't there. There are still things that, even if the jury's not there, that they'll do it sidebar because they want it sealed. They want it off the public record. Things that can't be made public. Oh, the coughing's back. Did somebody DoorDash them some cough drops or no? Supreme Court thing is news to me. Yes, today is the day for the United States Supreme Court conference.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. when we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things and we were successful. So we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions.
We fixed our failure.
Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes, you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at. And then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them, study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you just to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little berm, concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that when you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements of the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, a couple things I'd ask you to look at. There is some evidence already in photographs of the right rear tail light. When you look at that tail light, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear hear differently, and you'll later hear testimony explaining that process. Also, I'd ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear railing. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is David Yannetti. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not evidence, I suggest to you that you will find it to be helpful, important, even necessary as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. Just stand next to it. To size it up, to take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation.
It's the
All right,
bedroom window.
jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes, all right? Thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
You could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary? That you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues. That you'll keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So that's it. Now, a couple things. Lucy wants some more food, and she's over there, like pawing at her bowl to make noise so that I'll get up and get her some more food. Look at her. Look at her staring me down. Do you see this? You see this? Look at her staring me down. This is the kind of intimidation that I deal with daily. Don't make eye contact. Do you see her staring me down? She's like, I don't care that you're working. I'm hungry. This bowl isn't going to fill itself, Mom. You see her staring me down? She's literally staring me down. She has anger issues, but we just don't talk about it. You see this? She looks cute to people who don't know how she is. It's kind of stuff I deal with daily. Just so y'all know what I'm dealing. You never know what people are going through behind the scenes. My dog comes over and nudges my knee. She like throws her bowl. Like I have the bowl thing has like the one for the water and then the one for the food. And they can come out or whatever. She will go over there and she'll put her paw in it and move it around so that it makes a lot of noise. So like she's very passive aggressive. Some witness intimidation if I ever saw it. She's so abused. Okay. Anyway, so a few things that they noticed, or that they told the jury to notice: the distance between the driveway and the front lawn, the distance between the flag, or like where the flagpole is, whatever, the distance between the front doors and the lawn, and then the second floor window on the house. So that's the window where Brian Albert's bedroom is. So he wants them to note that because, part of their whole thing is like, okay, what do you mean you didn't hear anything? There was all this commotion, and she's doing it again. And now she's staring me down again. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Very needy, this one. The whole thing is like, okay, all of this commotion with these lights and the, ambulances and fire trucks and police cars and, Karen Reed screaming. All of this is happening right outside this window, and y'all didn't hear it. You didn't come out. You didn't think like, maybe I should see what's happening in my front yard. So the defense wanted the jury to take note of how close that bedroom window is to, kind of point out how that's not, they say it's not normal behavior, I guess, to, can you see? You see this? Intimidation. And then the prosecution. She's doing it again. The prosecution wants them to pay attention to the street and the front yard of the home, and then make a note of the berm. So this is part of the defense's theory, I think, is, or the prosecution's theory, is that, John O'Keefe hit his head when they say he fell back and he hit his head. So they're wanting the jury to make note of that and pay attention to that. So, and then the bumper and the taillight, and then the part of the car that protrudes. So Give me a minute. I'm working. Just give me a minute. She ain't starving. She just acts like she is. Like this is anger issues. She's got her mama's snark. I'll say that. She is adorable, isn't she? It would be great if neighbors' dogs started going crazy while they're there to make it easy for the jury to assume the dog would have woken up. Oh yeah. I wonder if I would just, because when we lived in the house before I sold my house, she would, like, if she saw people out in the, outside. I had a house that was like, I was on a corner. So there was like in a little cutesy little downtown area. So there's like a sidewalk in front and then a sidewalk on the side. I lived on the corner. And so people were constantly walking because it's like a little downtown area and there's all this stuff. So anytime she would see people, anywhere near, she would get up on the couch, like on the back of the couch, and watch out the window and watch people walking on that sidewalk. And anytime anybody would get anywhere near, she would start going, crazy. A lot of dogs do. So are we witnessing animal cruelty now? She thinks so. Are they coming back after the viewing, or is that it for today? They are coming back. I'm pretty sure they're supposed to. That was the plan. The prosecutor yesterday, Brandon said yesterday that they're having the doctor come, I think, testify today. So Dr. Fowler, I think, but it's not going to be a real long one. I love how she's just cocking her head and staring. I'm telling you, she's in charge. She just lets me live here with her. Let me feed the dang dog. Okay. All right. I get it. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to feed this dog because she's acting like she's abused. Watch now. Now she'll be like, oh, I'm not hungry anymore. I'm not hungry anymore. All right. All right. Okay. So they're going to be gone for a while. And then they are coming back. So right now we have only fan up. So what I'm going to do is I am going to, because y'all don't want to just hear me sitting here yapping for this long, but y'all can see, remove, stop screen. There we go. But y'all want to talk. So I am going to put on beach cam so we can watch beach cam, and then I'll leave only fan up. How's that? And then when, because it is a beautiful day, like beautiful. beautiful day. So I'm going to put up beach cam. I'm going to take myself off, but I'm going to give you OnlyFan. So this way you get the best of both worlds. You get OnlyFan and beach cam. Share screen. Look at there. Oops. Let me not pause it. Where do you want OnlyFan? You want OnlyFan down here? Or you want... I keep pausing it. So that it's not blocking the beach view? How about it? No. Can we also get pup cam in the lower left? I can put pup cam up. She's eating right now because she just bullied me into feeding her again. But I will put it up so that if she does get in her little seat while I'm working. She's over there just eating now. She's a very loud eater too. Okay, all right. So I've got Lucy Cam ready when she finishes. I'll just leave it up. So then that way when she kind of comes in and out. All right. So, trying to hypnotize all of us to like and subscribe using a fan, see through your charade. But if it doesn't work on me, look, it's like a hypnotizing fan. Like, hit the like button, subscribe to Crime Junkie Jury. See? How long is this jury review? I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to be. So we'll keep on OnlyFan, and I'm going to be sitting here working on a few other things, and I'm going to let y'all listen to or watch the OnlyFan and the waves and Lucy as she comes in and out. Sound good? Here, I'll put Lucy. Here, I'll do it like this. I'll do Lucy down here, and I'll do OnlyFan on this side. So that way you have the best of both. I keep pausing it. That way you have the best of both worlds. Sound good? Oh, there's... Why are you staring at me now? She's such a bully. She really is. All right, y'all. I will see y'all. Chat amongst yourselves. Enjoy your view. I will see y'all when they get back from, and I'll be following it too with the reporters and all that stuff. So that way we make sure we don't miss anything. But I will see y'all in just a little bit. real quick. Did I sneak up on you? Real quick. Somebody just posted this. It says, good morning from Fairview Road in Canton. The jury in the Karen retrial will be coming here on a field trip. We are 100 yards away as ordered by the court. Canton police are near the former Brian Albert home, waiting on the bus. Jurors gathering in Dedham at the courthouse first. So that was it. That was like an hour ago. But here's just a little insight. So there's the Lexus SUV. Flagpole. From this picture, you can see that it does look smaller. So anyway, that is Jonathan Hall from Channel 7 News, if y'all want to follow along on Twitter. But I just wanted to pop in and show y'all that. All homes of importance are blurred out on Google Maps. They did that recently because I think they were tired of people looking at all their stuff. So, yeah, she's got a full belly because she bullied me into feeding her again. So, all right, I'm going back to work on the podcast. I will update y'all when I see stuff. I'm here. I'm lurking. I'm just working on other things. These are my fancy glasses. These are my fancy old lady eyeball glasses when I'm having to work on 15 tabs on one screen. All right, I'll see y'all. I'm trying not to scare y'all. Trying to get all this set back up. I hope you enjoyed Beach Cam as much as I enjoyed giving you Beach Cam. Let me get back to OnlyFans. They turned OnlyFans back on for a moment. Let me get our... Like, it really throws me off when OnlyFans is turned off. Wonder if it really will be a half day. It is supposed to be a half day today. It is supposed to be a half day. Lucy's in a food coma. Yes, she is. I wish we had a live feed of the field trip. Me too. There were some reporters who had posted some pictures and stuff, but let me get this back over here. Get all my stuff set up. The reporters who were there said that they had the SUV closer to the flagpole, I guess, this year than it was last year. Last year it was doing this. Last year it was further away, he said. I would live stream it for you, but don't want to get arrested. Please don't get arrested. Then I could cover your trial. No, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Here's one of them. Oh, wait, hold on. That's not it. Well, I showed. Let's see. Katie Benoit, Dave Bynick. There were a few people that posted pictures and stuff. I love how so many creators call them. I'll never be able to call it anything but a half day now. It's a half day. She can't go more than a half day. Hello, PJ. Yes, court will be back in session shortly. How long before they return? I think they are back now at the courthouse. Yeah, they're back at the courthouse now. Just woke up again. What did I miss? Nothing. You missed beach cam. You missed Lucy bullying me and making me feed her a second breakfast. She had breakfast and then she had brunch and now she's napping. Rough life. Rough life. She really did. Like, I'm glad that that was caught on video and y'all got to see how bossy she is. ARCA has been moved to Monday. Matthew, what are your thoughts on the new black box data? I'm interested to see what they have and see what other information we can get. I am curious to hear what, and also, isn't it a little bit crazy that here we are a year after the first trial and we have new, like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. But what do I know? Are you glad though we all took her side? She's a bully. She's a bully. Like, to be so little and cute, she's a bully. Here we go.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Who is your next witness?
Your Honor, the call will call Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Listen to Lally. Hey, Lally. How you been?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Oh, Fowler. Oh, he testified last time.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, F as in Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months. I took a new job 6 months ago. I am the chief of pathology and the laboratory medical director at Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital up until actually closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney's for quite a long time.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University in Medford, graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
What did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many There are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology. The CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory at Good Samaritan, was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
So this
Now,
is all for
in
the
Good
blood
Samaritan
draw.
Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC, or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients. If there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out if they're normal. If they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with
Okay, real quick, because I know this is boring. I know, I'm sorry. But here's why they're going through all of this. So at the hospital, they took blood from Karen Reed. They used, and the hospital is accredited. They did it by all of the hospital standards. They did everything the way that they're supposed to do. Hospital, good to go. The issue that the defense has, and this is what they're going to end up bringing up, and this is why they're going over the accreditation and all that kind of stuff now, is that while the blood draw was done through hospital standards and all of that was done how it should be, the Massachusetts State Police did not do the draw, and they did an extrapolation to try to get an estimate of the range of her blood alcohol. And the way that it works with Massachusetts State Police is they have their own accreditation and they have their own ways that they have to do things. So the hospital does it their way. Massachusetts State Police does it their way. The hospital does it for hospital reasons. This is like for healthcare stuff. The Massachusetts State Police does it for forensic reasons. So the way that it was done is not generally supposed to be used in like any kind of litigation, because that's not what it's there for. They're doing it for health reasons. So the defense has tried to keep this out because of that. But even on the extrapolation on the Massachusetts State Police is Nicholas Roberts. He even the report that he did, I think it was on his report. The report even says, this is not does not meet the standards for accreditation from Massachusetts State Police. So it's like, hey, they did it their way, and we're taking this blood draw and we're going to do this extrapolation, but this is not meant for use in court because this isn't how it's done through the police. So that's why they're going through all of this.
With reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe a patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches which the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
It is like they gave Lally
You want to call off, so you can introduce them?
this doctor, and they are both kind of monotone and
Your Honor, for the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
here. I can do him at 1.25 speed so we can catch back up since I paused. Maybe that will help it a little bit.
Policy would be the next exhibit in 30 seconds. Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says, do not use alcohol swab, because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to.
Like what you wipe your fingers
Also,
with
in the
after
emergency
you
room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So
when were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
it was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
So a phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There's no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initial and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room. So it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer, enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a specific tube. So the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma. And to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood. A centrifuge is a machine that spins the blood rapidly. We spin it at around 3,300 RPMs, which is pretty fast, rotations per minute. And the reason why we spin it, because centrifugation will allow it to separate the blood components based on the density. So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery component of the blood will go to the top, and some of the white cells go into the middle. But for alcohol testing, we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested. So that technologist will walk the specimen over, it's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries as well as alcohol testing. It goes onto a machine. All the testing is basically inside of a black box. And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just referencing?
Oh, R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Thank you, sir. May I approach Ron?
Yes.
See, if they came up to me like, I'd be like, spell it? You want me to spell it?
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again. If you just look at that and look up.
Yeah, I put it at 1.25, so but now it's caught up. So
Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication within those records as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh. 1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 29/22?
That's what it says on this.
I would like to see this spinny thing that makes the
Mid
blood
date it says
separate.
1/29.
I want to see it. I bet we could Google that.
Thank
I
you.
bet there's.
That's fine.
Let me Google it.
Doctor, if I could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
A fidget spinner centrifuge.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was
Now we're in line.
9:03 in the morning.
And when was it
Okay.
taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
And then what happened, or what is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13, we received it, and 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Ms. Little? All right, thank you.
Miss Little did the cross for this last time too. So she'll get into all of this,
Your Honor, may I return to the document?
their objections to it.
And Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thanks. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Good afternoon, Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally a case may come, very rare, to a hospital and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common, I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes,
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then
Yes.
effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for Good Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
But you've never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team,
No,
right?
no,
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
no,
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Sustained.
Yes, jury's here for this.
Now, the most reliable method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
yes,
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood drawn, you see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood. We don't do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the specimen of choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the plasma. So we don't, that's what when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test it on the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank
Okay,
you. I'll
all right.
ask some additional questions
Okay.
to kind of clarify. And in a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive. It's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right? Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Oh, talk methodology
Well,
to me.
serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail on that. Alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional
Okay,
questions
sure.
about NADH and we'll
Sure.
get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons. But what we do is and I think the jury needs to know this, maybe some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do, we take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there. And what happens is, when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's a something that measures, and a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light and this physics and looks at 340 nanometers. And it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient's sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of?
Okay. I see some of y'all are saying you're lost. Okay, let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you something. Let me show you something that may help. And then when we listen to them again, we'll listen at let's see how I can do this. See. Open. Okay, so this is just a random Google image. Okay, so see how they're taking the blood out, and you can see, this is what he was saying, like as the blood's coming out, it's red and it's whole, and like that's like the whole blood thing. Then they put it in that machine and it does the spinny thing, and then it separates everything. So see how in the bottom it has like the watery part is what I think how he referred to it is in the top, and then like the blood stuff is in the bottom. So what he's saying is if they're doing the testing in a clinical setting, as in the hospital, this is how they test it. They draw it, they put it in the spinny thingy, it separates the stuff, and it looks like, you know, like oil and vinegar dressing that's set there forever. Anyway, it's that top part that they're actually testing on this. That's what you do in the hospital. When they are doing the forensic lab testing, they do it from the whole blood thing before it gets separated. So that's what she's saying is the difference. So he's saying that, you know, this testing is the way that we test. He's like, it is a good sample and it is accurate, and that's fine. But the thing is they do it in the forensic setting for use in court with the full blood thing. So that's what's the difference. Does that help at all? I'm not going to get into like all the like super specifics of it, but that's what, here, I'll do it at 1.25 now.
Of the serum testing.
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin. And the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history to the patient ingest those two alcohols. And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia that can interfere. So always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes there can be patients who make endogenous make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and the other one is an acid, that can cause false positives. Now,
If I can stop you there, doctor, I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hemat.
Yeah.
If I could just
Go
ask
ahead
you
and
a
ask
few-
your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid or LDH actually forms NADH.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH. That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s, when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found
Foundation.
patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase
that.
in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where our laboratory, our testing is not based.
question,
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change, and it basically, back to the anemia. I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was
Okay.
not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's,
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which, sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Dr. You did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29th, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
The coughing is killing me.
With blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So a hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center, the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier, is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing. But if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little? No questions. All right, doctor, you are all set, sir.
You are all set, sir. Who, if anyone, paid attention to all of that without zoning out even one time?
Do you have
Anyone?
another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Jason Becker. Come on down. Ooh, I wish they did that when they called. That would be so much more fun. If they called witnesses, like The Price is Right. Jason Becker, come on down. That would be so much more fun. All right, so Jason Becker testified in the last trial.
You shall give to the court and the jury.
He is one of the other first responders.
Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass. And I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Good for you.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's about a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a
Department. I love that.
prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
In the Canton Fire Department.
Department.
So I got on
love
the Canton
that.
Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training.
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
firefighter, sorry.
Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic.
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate to both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton
He's
Fire
the one that
Station
went
2?
back for
Correct.
the.
And that's the
Station 12.
smaller of the two stations.
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to the.
The engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley.
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time. So he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead.
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
Off day.
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for a Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
Approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
And on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
They're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're unseen first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who's in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and firefighter Whitley.
So you and firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
I mean, each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
LAR?
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
Are you LAR
It's
enforcement?
basically hearing them speak in their story.
Only half the time.
In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was gone dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there.
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Miss Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said it in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
I'll allow that. It came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said. But that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Yep.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring her to the psychiatric section. Is it?
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Jackson?
Thank you. I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So last year, he gave some more information. We'll talk about that in a minute and kind of compare. I'm wondering if AJ's going to bring it up.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance two?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door.
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there.
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it's more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well.
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are 2 females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
But
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just 2 of them, not a third one.
from what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
Not at the time. I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who is that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did. Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
Well, she had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did. So that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't indicate, you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck.
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that.
Correct.
No quarrels.
You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation. I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different though.
Understood. Obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it appear at that time when you're interacting with Ms. Reed that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature.
Correct. For her. For the defendant. Some people don't have rapid, repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital. I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation.
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing a patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Of course. It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood.
That's
what I was trying to get at.
Couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Right.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we started transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened,
okay.
why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Miss Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
It's a good, yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You're aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there's certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
you've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call, we jot down notes on a notepad, just
Okay.
so, when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
I gotta, to be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on
Okay.
at the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes
Okay.
I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Miss Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were because of her last words to him being in anger.
I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words, it was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes,
were
I
in
did.
anger?
I did.
And that was at a hearing where you're under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury is yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right?
I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Okay, so the thing about the husband, she referred to him as her husband when they came in for the Section 12. And Jackson said something about this a minute ago. Like, I have it in my notes from last year. Like, maybe she did that because of HIPAA stuff, because if you say my boyfriend, you can't get any information about, what's happening or what's going on. But if you say my husband, then they can tell you. So I put that in my notes, and Jackson's just said something about that too, about like HIPAA or whatever. So maybe that's why, but that is what they said, that she, like how she referred to him when they came for the Section 12. When they're talking about the last, whatever it was, the last conversation that she had with him was an argument. They're parsing words because it's either conversation or the last word she said. So he's getting, I think what he's try to get at is the last words to him, as in leaving those angry voicemails. So the last conversation being an argument is very different as far as what AJ is going for here than the last words to him being in anger. So Jackson saying the last word or words to him would have been on the voicemail. So it wasn't a conversation. Does that make sense? Because we've all heard the voicemails. They're bad. She's mad. She is mad.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You got it.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct?
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her. And one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
There's
i.e. in
no other
voicemails?
details than
Say that
there was no
again?
other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
So when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation, or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Oh,
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection. Your Honor.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? Were you
Yes.
interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Correct.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30
I did not know.
or 12:15
No,
or midnight?
Objection.
I didn't know the time.
So his answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
Her last words.
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to.
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes.
There's different rules
And
for
when you made that
prosecutors.
statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell the grand jury? So she
Objection.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
Okay, so this is all them going back and forth. This poor witness, he's like, look, I just told y'all what I knew. I was focused on doing my job, not writing down, this or that exact word. We were told she's suicidal. We showed up to do our job. Let me go home. It's Friday and I don't want to be here. And they are going through all of this because it's important for the attorneys to try to get this information in, for each of them to try to use that information to support their side of this. So AJ wants the jury to hear the part of it, the last words, that there wasn't an argument. She was pissed off at him and was leaving all of these voicemails. That's what Jackson wants to hear. Brennan wants it to be no, they got in a fight. They were arguing together. So they're going back and forth because each one of them want those words to mean what they want it to mean. And this witness is like, look, dude, just let me go home.
Yes.
So I'm showing you that statement that you made that includes the last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh,
your
sorry.
entire
Sure.
statement, 1 through 5. You can read it out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said they had, the last time they had talked, she had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last word to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can I ask you to read your prior statement on page 10, lines 9 through 13?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
The jury's probably like, bro, we get it. Because that's how I am right now. I'm like, bro, we get it. They want so bad for this to be, he's like, I just want to go home and eat tacos. Tacos sound good. Random. So I don't know. Somebody said, why, since when can you read your grand jury statement out loud? I don't know. I've never seen, normally that's not allowed. So I don't know. Jackson objected to it this time. Normally you can refresh your recollection and then, be able to answer questions about it or whatever. But normally it's not can you read what you said last time? And then, read lines 1 through 5. So I don't know. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I think we all just need to go home. Oh, yes, I am home. But the witness is I just told you what I knew. I don't know. She was upset. She's hollering. She's, whatever. And I think that them going through all of this for each of them to try to prove their point is just, I think it's just making each of them look desperate. Can you tell work that I'm allowed? Yes. Yes. Work. Jade needs to go home. Lucy must have gone to get flip-flops. Oh, remember we used to do the flip-flop count? So for those new to Lucy and the way that she bullies me, when she would want me to take her out for a walk, oh, she didn't hear me, she's sleeping. She would go to the closet and get flip-flops and bring them over to me and drop them. So by the end of a stream, we used to have like a flip-flop count to see how many she would bring over. Yeah, voicemail versus them arguing in person. Because Brandon's whole thing is like they got into this big argument in the car at 34 Fairview, and then that's why she backed into him. Jackson is saying that John got out of the car and went up to the house and didn't come back, and then that's when she got mad, and then that's when she left the voicemails and all of that. So they're arguing over when this argument or these angry words or whatever happened, because they each have a different version of when Karen Reed got mad. So they keep going back and forth for it. Belaboring it. Let y'all see the whole scene. But honestly, this guy's testimony about what he remembers her saying is not going to make or break what the jury thinks about that. But
May I?
yes.
Thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant,
There was.
and you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts.
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes.
So, this is the whole thing about Whitley the other day saying, you have a strong support system. And she said, do you know Kerry Roberts? Or if you really knew her, you wouldn't say that or whatever. But also, but was she wrong? Because Kerry Roberts is like a great support system for John, but not so much for Karen, because she's like telling Karen, like, shut up, buckle up. And then she's like, I don't want to be around her. She's too loud. So is it really, is she really the greatest support system for Karen? No, she was for John. So I don't know. I think that when they get so caught up on these details, it's just too much. I think that they're really trying hard to get certain things in and wanting it to be like they want it to be said and expressed in a very certain way. They're wanting the jury to accept it in a very certain way. And it could be like the whole argument versus, last words or whatever, because an argument implies that it was the two of them, and the voicemails or the angry words or, whatever is a one-sided thing, because that would be the voicemails. So it's a small detail that they are both grasping so hard for. And I think that this is another thing that is like just grasping so hard for this, like the, her being snarky about Carrie Roberts not being a support system or whatever. I just, when they get so caught up in these moments, I think this is the kind of stuff that like really loses a jury. Because I know it sure loses me. Claudia S., this is a very, very tedious Hoff day. I thought this was going to be an easy Hoff day, and this has been, thank God it's a Hoff day, because I don't know that I could make it through a whole day. Did they do this same piece at the last trial? Yes. So they talked about this at the last trial. And they didn't get so like belabored on this though. Lally didn't, like, Brennan just, he just tries so hard to make fetch happen sometimes. And so Lally didn't do that, which I can say, like, that was one of the things I did like about Lally. He wouldn't keep trying to make something happen if it wasn't happening, and or whatever. And well, with some things he did, but they did talk about this, but it was much briefer in the last trial. It was basically like, oh, did she specify if the argument was in person or through text? No. Okay, cool. Next witness.
When you spoke to the defendant and she shared with you that her last words with her husband were an argument, why didn't you ask for more detail about that?
I didn't feel it was at the time we went about the call as that we didn't, think we would be witnesses in a murder trial. We were there to support Karen and ultimately get to the hospital safely.
And you were asked about trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma, Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event,
Traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very briefly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you. That's all.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained.
All right. Jurors disregard that last statement.
That lost
All
state.
right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you.
He's like, thank
This is a good
God,
place to stop for
get
the
me
day.
out of here. Yes.
The court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think this is probably a good place to stop. Why don't you-
Hallelujah.
So, as I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day.
Hoff.
Right?
It's a
So I
Hoff
just
day.
wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it, let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
All rise for the court, please.
And I'd like to see counsel at sidebar, please.
Sidebar. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? This was the longest half day ever. And now I want tacos. This witness needs a raise. Yes, this witness needs a raise. And probably a beer. Let's be honest. He did not want to be there. Now, something that's very interesting to me about his testimony versus his testimony versus Whitley's the last time. So Whitley testified that he was like, yeah, she said, she's not going to, like, she doesn't want to have to take care of those kids, and those aren't her kids. And he said, he told that story very different. And I had that in my notes too from last time. He told that story very different. And he said it earlier too. He's like, she didn't know how she could take care of the kids. That's very different than I'm not taking care of those kids. So in my notes from last time, I had that on there too, that she was talking about the kids and didn't know if she would be able to take care of them. She was worried about that. He said she was worried about that. She didn't think that she could do it on her own. That's what he said last time. So that was very striking to me. And I'll tell you why, because he seemed like first of all, like he did not want to be there. He's like, I don't want to be involved, y'all. I was just doing my job. I just want to save lives and fight fires and be left alone. That's what I want to do. That's on my to-do list. Save lives, fight fires, be left alone. That's what I have to do today. But you have me all up in here having to tell you every little detail and argue about, like the very specific words that the jury's going to believe what they want to believe anyway. So just like what? So to me, that makes him very credible. My personal opinion, and chat, let me know what y'all think. Y'all, like, I'm all about differences of opinions and, different perceptions, because that's why there's 12 jurors or 13 jurors instead of 1. But my personal perception of Whitley was that he seems very bitter. Like, he doesn't like Karen Reed because he likes Carrie Roberts and, they're neighbors, and he, went to school with like all these people involved or whatever. So I feel like he came across to me, this is my perception, he came across to me as bitter and like he wanted to paint Karen Reed in a very negative light. So the difference of how they told the story on the stand of what she said and the implications they put behind it, to me, is part of the reason that I looked at Whitley as coming across as not very credible when it comes to the tone and the way that he recalled things, because of how different this guy told that same version of events. Because to me, when I have one guy that's like, yeah, she was snarky. Yeah, she's bizarre. Yeah, she was like, I'm not taking care of those guys. She didn't want to have to take care of those kids. Those aren't her kids. It came across as he very much wanted to present what happened in a way that is very negative. And with Becker, it came across to me, this is my perception, which, let me know what y'all think. To me, it came across as Becker was like, this is what I saw. I don't know what it means. I was just doing my job. This is what she said. She was worried about, she was worried about how she could take care of the kids because she didn't think she could do it on her own. He specifically said that. She was worried about it. She didn't think she could do it on her own. The way that he says it, yeah, that makes sense. Like she never wanted kids. Like that wasn't, something that she wanted. And she said that before. Now, did she spoil the kids? Yes. Did she, like do things for them? Yes. Did she take them on trips and stuff? Yes, we know that. That it's not like she was like, I don't want kids, I'm never talking to them. You can not have, popping out babies on your to-do list and still, love and appreciate somebody else's babies. Like, two things can be true at the same time. And I think that the way that it was presented with Whitley came across to me as there were intentions behind the way that he presented it. And to me, that made me discount most of what he said, because it came across as, like him presenting it in a skewed way for a reason. So that's the way I saw it. Y'all let me know what you think. But poor Becker, man, he's like, just get me out of here. I don't know. They were mad. This has been years ago. I don't know. It was years ago. I was working. I haven't thought about that, that 5-minute ambulance ride every day since then. I don't know. Get me out of here. Marie Moss's stats, our official statistician, field trip to the scene, 2 witnesses, 6 sidebars, 27 objections, and not one, what if any. I didn't even notice that, Marie Moss. Actually, not even one, what if any. That is, so for those of you who didn't go through the first trial with us, we had a Lally tally. And Marie Moss would count how many times Lally would say, what if any. So today was the world debut of, Lally in trial 2.0. And I did not even notice that he did not even say what if any, even one time. Our Lally tally got so high because he said it so often. So crazy, right? Another half day on Monday. Don't know how I feel about it. I used to love half days at work. Maybe I still do as a juror. Talk about info overload. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it won't be a half day for us because it's a half day for the jury. But for us, we will have ARCA in the afternoon. So it'll be a feisty day for us. I found Whitley to be snarky. He was. Yeah, you could tell like he did not try to hide that he doesn't like, he doesn't like her. So it seemed personal, not professional. Yeah, that's how I took it too. That's how I took it too. Carrie told her to shut up. She was like, Carrie's like, she was loud. I told her, shut up. This is the most tiring half day ever. Yeah. Crash Daddy special. Candace Hoff says, y'all are wearing me out with all these half days. It's a half day. It's a Candace half day. Are we at sidebar? Yes. And now we're just like waiting to see if they're going to talk to us or not again, or if they're just going to be like, okay, now we're done. You waited around here for nothing. Now we're done. I see Lally doing a Bart Simpson and writing 100 times. I will not say what if anything. I bet like because it was such a huge topic in the last trial, I bet he obviously heard about that and maybe he did like make an effort not to say it. That's so funny. So funny. Just Obsessed says I was listening for it. I didn't even think about it. That's so funny. There will be fireworks Monday afternoon. Yes. 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 So ready for the crash. Bring the crash daddies. Bring the crash daddies. Do we know yet who Carrie gave John's phone to? She says that she does not remember. Sidebar. Thanks for hanging with us today. What has Attorney George done for the defense? I don't know. A lot of times, like, there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes. Like, I'm always curious about that kind of stuff too. Like, what are they doing? Where are they? Where are? What are their roles? I'm always interested to know that, to kind of see who does what, because we know, like, obviously so much more goes on that we don't see. So I'm always curious to know, like, who's in charge of what. And I think that
All right, we'll see you Monday.
all that,
All right.
for that.
So Tori should take care of
Goodbye.
All right.
Margaret, thank you.
Goodbye. I think that the what is it, like 9? Is it like 9 law students or something that are helping her too? And that there's so many people working on it. So I'm always curious about, because I know, like, how much work it takes behind the scenes to do like 1 hour podcast, or like 45-minute podcast, or whatever it ends up being every week, takes 40 hours of like work, at least, sometimes more, like this. So I know what goes on behind the scenes and how much work goes into that. And that's just covering a trial. That's not being in the trial. So I can't even imagine how much work actually goes into all of that. So that has always been something that's been very interesting to me. I'm very curious about who does what and how many, how many people they have with how many people they have working on this. It's a lot. It's a lot. Sorry, my kid is texting me. I have to send him this. I'm sorry. Talk amongst yourselves. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry. The kid needed me. Kid needed mama. I found Lally's voice soothing compared to Hank. Whoever knew that we would say that? Can you give a brief explanation of what Monday with ARCA is for? There are 2 things going on with ARCA. So one of them is that once the feds gave permission for the defense or prosecution, but we know prosecution is not going to hire him because they don't agree with prosecution. Once they gave them the clear to engage ARCA, the defense was like, yes, we want to do that, because now the prosecution has their own version of the crash daddies, and the defense wants ARCA to look at the testing that the prosecution's crash daddies did so that they can basically speak to that on cross-examination and, be able to explain like, okay, well, yeah, they said this and this is why I don't agree with that. Brennan does not want that to happen. He says it's too late in the game and he does not want the crash daddies to be able to do any new testing or give any new opinions. It's not really new opinions. It's like rebuttal for their opinions. And like, obviously their opinion is going to be, no, you're wrong. But he doesn't want them to be able to give any new opinions or new information or whatever. So he wants to limit that. So that's issue number one. The other issue is that the judge says that she still feels like there are discovery violations because there were communications that the defense no longer has, like text messages that the defense no longer has between ARCA that were not turned over. They gave a summary of like the conversations from the text messages that they had in the case file, but they didn't have the actual text to turn over. So that's the other issue. And I think there was an order for ARCA when they come in to produce all of the communications and all of that stuff. So two issues, they will be talking about those on Monday, and it will probably get pretty spicy because Brennan does not want ARCA to be all up in here. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, these are all things that they can use on cross-examination too. Like Brennan will be bringing that up on cross-examination because Brennan is going to want the jury to believe that ARCA is only giving these opinions because the defense wants them to. So. They're crash dummies. We have the only crash daddies. I guess we have to come up with a different name for them because we call them crash daddies, which is really funny because we called them crash daddies and like the whole world is now calling them crash daddies, which is funny. But we have like crash daddy. We have trial daddies. So it's like there's always a different daddy, but we have all of our trial daddies are, for different things. And so I guess we have to come up with something else for the prosecution crash daddies. So we love our trial daddies. Who was our first trial daddy? Do we remember? It was during the Lori Vallow trial, the one with the voice. It was the one with the voice. We were like, he just needs to read it, like, bedtime stories on tape or something and sell them. Yeah, he was awesome. This is from earlier. This is from The View that they had this morning. You can really see, let me move myself over. You can really see like how close it is here. So Brennan, yeah, it's a lot smaller than it looks in those pictures, right? Like it's a lot smaller. Those pictures are very, very deceiving. Yes, you do. What is that? What is that fuel smarter thing? What? This is all footage from the viewing this morning.
Guys aren't gonna be able to stay here and film when the jury gets off that bus. You understand, right? The jury get off your film.
Not me trying to like look under the sign. I try to look under the sign. That's not how this works. Here comes the jury bus. The attorneys. Is that Schillinger?
Yeah.
You have to turn that camera around.
Yes, sir.
Can't film that jury.
Yep. All right, jury's coming off.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. It throws me off seeing Auntie Bev in something other than a judge's robe. And her jacket matches her cup. Let's talk about that. Her jacket matches her Yeti cup. That's some coordination. Alex Murdoch. Look at that guy back there like, what y'all doing? Shout out to Canton Tree Service. Look at that guy. That guy is like,
haven't had enough pictures of this place?
Nope.
Yeah. There's the flagpole. Yeah, last time the taillight was completely out. That's her actual car, yep. Yeah, this is from the jury view earlier. Oh, now you see it out over there. That was one of the things that was talked about a lot last time. That bumper somehow not causing any injuries.
Did they do a speed limit?
See, that yard is a lot smaller than it looks in the pictures. Yes, the Rock said Albert. You see how they have the no trespassing? I wonder if they put that up after the retired FBI agent trespassed. Oh, hold on just a second. Okay. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? So I'm wondering if he was hit by the car and his eyes swelled up due to head injury, why would only one have been swollen at first? I think the medical examiners talked about that in the last trial, and I cannot remember. I would have to look back at my notes. Because I don't remember the answer to that question. I'm sure they'll talk about it again during that, but that is interesting too, though, because it's like by the time when he was, maybe because of how he was laying, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. If somebody else remembers from when they talked about that. The real fireworks are when Jen testifies. Yeah. That cross will be, that one in Proctor. Those are going to be the two, like, super duper fireworks. This view gives a lot of context. How could Karen Reed have launched him over to that flagpole? They couldn't have pulled into the driveway for that to have it. It would have had to have gone down the street. Okay, but see, that's another thing too. So in the openings, Brennan said, okay, remember before, the Commonwealth's theory was that she drove 62 feet forward and then 62 feet in reverse and hit him. And now in Brennan's openings, he said that she drove 35 feet forward and 72 feet in reverse or something like that, or 75 feet in reverse or something like that. So all that was different. But also, remember how everybody had a different answer for where Higgins parked? That part always weirded me out. There's just so much that just doesn't make sense. The raccoon eyes can be caused by the blow to the back of the head. It caused bleeding behind the eye and the brain. But so is that why it's on the, that explains like the one eye? I know they talked about it in the last trial and I just can't remember the specifics. They have a term for it too, but if she drove 75 feet in reverse, she would have rammed into Higgins' Jeep, according to Higgins' testimony. Yeah, I mean, he said he was parked in front of the mailbox, right? Or one of them said he was parked in front of the mailbox. They all had different answers on where he parked, which was always really, really weird to me. And he said he plowed the driveway when he first got there, but there was nothing to plow yet. It was a light dusting. And they showed the video from Canton Library where when they were driving on the way there, and like there's like grass, like it's not, there's very, very little snow. It had just started to fall. So I'm like, what were you plowing? I don't understand. The raccoon eyes were in both lower eyelids. The hematoma was eggshell. Oh, that's right. The hematoma was the and because there was the laceration on there too. Lucy is mad at somebody in the hallway. No bruises, no broken bones except the head. That part has always been one of those things that just didn't compute with me, because I don't understand how you can get hit by a 6,000-pound car and not have any of that. Please use a pic of the yard to show us where John was found. Well, all we could do is give estimates. I have one on 13jurorpodcast.com. But all we could do is do estimates because everybody gave a different estimate of where he was and nobody took pictures. So we don't actually know where he was. Some people were saying he was like, 6 to 8 feet this way. Some people were saying he was, everybody has different estimates on exactly where he was. So they basically just kind of were like, we'll just use this central spot as like a, like he's probably somewhere like here. Arca agrees with you. It's physics. Yeah. Yeah. How do they not take pictures of the crime scene? Well, this was all in the audit as well. And they apparently would use their personal cell phones to take pictures sometimes. And the auditors were like, let's not do that. And they look like they were taken with like one of those like little Nokia cameras from like 1997 where it's like, not Nokia. What were the little ones? What were the little cheap ones that you could get? Like, were they Nokia? I don't know. It all runs 1997. All runs together. Yeah, there was, vomit in his boxers. 25 miles an hour, the car had to apply brakes or follow him into the snowbank, leaving compacted hard snow that should have been uncovered by the forensic team, but they never did. As no photos. There's so much that wasn't done. And I think that's one of the hardest things for me about this whole situation, because if there are so many things that if it had been done properly, I'm like, man, think about how different it could be. Think about how many more answers we could potentially have, but things weren't done properly. And that's really frustrating. So no scene will ever be perfect. And I can appreciate that, but there's a difference in not being perfect and not being adequate. So, new snow is not hard. Yeah. It had just started snowing. So when they got there, a light dusting. So, I'm glad we got to see that though. I'm glad we got to see the stuff. I feel like it does give some context, and I think that that's good for the jurors because, that's going to give them a lot of context too, because when all they're seeing are the pictures, it does look like a big yard. So I'm curious to see what they say about everything. So, but that's it for today. We have a half day. So I will get together some stuff for a recap and then I'll finish the podcast episode, so it'll be done for this weekend, so I can get everything from the first weekend there, and then we will be back on Monday. Monday is only a half day for the jurors. For the rest of us jurors, we have a whole day because ARCA will be in the house Monday afternoon. So that should get pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. I will bring my ARCA timeline so we can look at everything. I appreciate y'all hanging out. We made it through week 1 of the trial, y'all. We made it through week 1 with 4 days of court, 2 of which were half days. But we made it through. Thank goodness, because I don't think I could have handled a full week this week. It was a big week, right? So we made it through week 1. Woohoo! Next week, we'll probably get pretty spicy. We'll be back here live every day to do it again. See what we have. Let me know who you think is going to be called next week. Getting higgy with it. Oh, that's going to be an interesting one. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out. This has been a great first week to be able to spend this time with y'all and go through all of this together and talk about it and chat about it. So I appreciate it. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Get some sun, get some rest, get some whatever it is that makes your heart happy. And I will see y'all back here bright and early Monday morning for jury duty. Week 1 is in the books, y'all. All right. I love you all. Have a good weekend.